A very good morning, selamat pagi everyone, and salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Datuk Chemist Technologist Dr. Taufik Yap Yun Hin, the Vice Chancellor of Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Datuk Dr. Haji Kasim Hajimat Mansor, the Dean of the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Yang berusaha, Associate Professor Dr. Sarma Haji Imran Aralas, the Chairperson of the Third International Conference on Economics, ICE 2021. The Third International Conference on Economics 2021 keynote speakers yang berusaha Professor Dr. Mansor Ibrahim from International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, Malaysia. Yang berusaha Professor Dr. Lau Siong Hoong from the School of Business and Economics, Universiti Putra, Malaysia. Invited speaker yang berusaha Profesor Dr. Kwan Hoong from Universiti Malaya. Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Panglima Haji Hashim Paijan, President and Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Economic Development and Investment Authority, SEDIA. Yang berusaha Mr. Anthony Kiob, Chief Executive Officer, Institute for Development Studies, Sabah. Yang berusaha Mr. Richard T. Koh, Associate Director, Institute for Development Studies, IDS Sabah. Distinguished guests, conference participants, industry partners, organizing committee members, university, faculty members, and fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome all participants and attendees to the Third International Conference on Economics 2021 with the theme Marching Forward Post-COVID-19 for Sustainable World Economy, Lessons, Issues and Challenges. To begin our conference, I would like to invite Mr. Wijaya Kamal Ramlan for the recitation of Dua.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Very good morning and salam kampus rahmah. Thank you very much for the introduction, Dr. Oscar. So before we start with the recitations of dua or prayers, so for the Muslim, we will start with the recitations of Al-Fatiha. For the non-Muslim, you may recite your own dua or prayers, based on your own beliefs and religions. Al-Fatiha. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Rahim Malik Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. On this glorious morning, in conjunction with the opening ceremony of the Third International Conference on Economics 2021 ICE 2021, we uphold our hands to pray gratefully to thank on your infinite favor to us till we can live in a peace and harmony to perform our tasks as your servants. O Allah, we ask your blessing to make this occasion a success. O Allah, you are peace and all peace is from you, and all peace returns to you, O Master and Glory. Guide us among those whom you guide, grant us health and pardon among those whom you grant health and pardon. O Allah, unite us for the right solution. May this conference attain its objectives and provide us with the full knowledge. Give us mercy from your presence and shape us for right conduct in our plight. We ask you for knowledge which is beneficial and sustenance which is good, and deeds which are acceptable. O Allah, grant us the strength and the right effort to make the appropriate actions on all subjects that we are agreed among us. O Allah, verily we ask you for the best supplications and the best success and the best deed and the best reward. May this conference will establish a global relationship in various aspects and set a medium for exchange ideas and information. O Allah, you are the most forgiving and the one who loves forgiving. Therefore, forgive us and wish all delegates in this ICE 2021 a very pleasant and a memorable experience. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wijaya, for the recitation of Dua. May our conference these 2 days will be blessed by the Almighty. Before we start, I would like to remind our attendees and participants on several important issues. The first one, to everyone, we appreciate if you can mute your microphone during the presentations by our respective speakers. This is to avoid unnecessary echoes. Secondly, if you have any questions or you need clarifications from our keynote and guest speakers about their presentation later, feel free to write these questions in the chat box. And if time permits, we will deliver the questions to our respective speakers for their response after the presentation. And finally, this seminar is also being streamed online in Facebook. So please search for the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy Facebook account, and you can watch us through Facebook. Yeah, so we encourage everyone to share this Facebook live streaming with your industry partners, colleagues, friends, and network too. And thanks for that. Next, before we begin our conference, we'd like to invite everyone to watch the Sabah promotional video by Kita Association.
Welcome to the jungle. Selamat datang ke Kinamatangan. See you in Kinabatangan.
Okay. Welcome to Sabah and welcome to University Malaysia Sabah. And to open this seminar, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Haji Kasim Hajimat Mansor, the Dean of the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, Universiti Malaysia Sabah, for the welcoming remarks. Professor Datuk Dr. Haji Kasim, please. Prof. Datuk, are you online, Prof? Let's just wait for a few seconds. Maybe there's a technical issue. Okay. Datuk, yes, yeah. The floor is yours, Datuk. Morning. Good morning, Prof. Prof. Datuk, we cannot hear your voice. Maybe you need to unmute your mic, Prof. Yep. Sorry, guys. I think there's a technical issue from the dean's office. Yeah, maybe we can play another promotional video from Sabah Tourism Board. Yeah, let's wait for our technical team with that.
Testing, Dr. Oscar boleh dengar?
Yes, Dr. Beatrice. Yeah, I think we can delay the speech by Dato after the promotional video, Dr. Beatrice.
Okay, Datuk is ready. Just pass to Datuk. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So for the welcoming remarks, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato Dr. Haji Kasim, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Oscar Dausin, our MC for today's seminar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Kemis Teknologis Dr. Taufik Yap Yun Hin, Vice Chancellor Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Yang berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Sarma Haji Aralas, Chairperson of the Third International Conference of Economics or ICE 2021, ICE 21 keynote speakers, Professor Mansor Ibrahim, Deputy President, Academic and Deans of School of Graduate Studies, International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, INSIAP. Thank you very much, Professor Mansor. Professor Dr. Lau Siong Hook, School of Business and Economics, Universiti Putra, Malaysia, UPM. Invited speaker, Professor Dr. Kwan Hoong, from Universiti Malaya. Roundtable panelist, Mr. Richard Tiko, Associate Director, Head of Technology and Innovation Program Area, Institute of Development Studies, IDS Sabah. Dr. James, our Senior Lecturer from Faculty of Business and Economics, Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Distinguished guests, all participants, our beloved students, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and most merciful, it is my great pleasure to welcome all participants today to the Third International Conference on Economics 2021 or ICE 2021. We are proud to announce that this conference is organized by Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy of Universiti Malaysia Sabah and conducted along with the cooperation of Sabah Development and Investment Authority, OSEDIA, and the Institute of Development Studies, or IDS Sabah. This conference will be a platform for researchers, academics, practitioners, stakeholders, and other interested parties to gather and share knowledge, experience, and the latest information on the subject of economics that might assist us in improving the needed fields and will finally greatly benefit not only us but the whole nation. We are happy to welcome the participants who came from all over Malaysia, China, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Mexico, and United States of America to this conference with a number of 48 papers that has been submitted to the organizer for this event. The theme of the conference is very relevant and timely, marching forward post-COVID-19 for a sustainable world economy, lesson, issues, and challenges. In the last and a half years, we have learned so many lessons, so many issues and challenges. The short-term implications of this global challenge are evident everywhere, but the long-term consequences of the pandemic 19, how it will reshape and sustain world economy are still difficult to imagine. Yang berbahagia Datuk, ladies and gentlemen, the realization that the economic cost of a pandemic can be so huge. This will mean that trillions of dollars in economic losses, loss of income, loss of life, and loss of livelihoods for millions of poor people all over the world will be averted if there is no measures is taken by the authority. Many lessons we have gone through. It shows how interconnected and interdependent our world has become. There is no way of tackling the COVID-19 at a national level only. For a sustainable world economy, international cooperation and multilateralism are necessary. Dato-dato yang berbahagia, dato participants, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic demands rapid responses. We will be forced to learn quickly about what works. Some responses to the COVID-19 pandemic will be more effective than others. Hopefully, we will learn which part of our bureaucracy respond most effectively so we can learn on them in the future. We can also learn how to better use data, evidence, and technology to improve our ability to react to crisis. In moving fast and learning fast, we'll have to strengthen the policy needed to respond to the uncertain environment that are an inevitable part of our marching forward post-COVID-19 for a sustainable world economy. We are hoping the conference such as ICE 2021 will assemble all business practitioners, policymakers, and academics to sit together and discussing new ideas and views on pertinent topics that may be of use in meeting the challenges we face in the context of global sustainability. As the Dean of the Faculty of Business, Economics, and Accountancy, with honor, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our co-organizers, namely Sabah Economic Development and Investment Authority or SEDIA and the Institute of Development Studies Sabah IDS for their many support, strong support, cooperation and contribution to the third International Conference of Economics 2021. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation for his continued support toward this conference, ICE 2021. Thank you to Yang Berbahagia Datuk VC for spending time officiating this morning's conference. I would also like to record my congratulations and to the organizing committee led by Associate Professor Dr. Sharma Haji Muhammad Aralas for their tremendous effort in organizing ICE 2021. This has been the third one, chaired by Associate Professor Dr. Sharma. And then the last, first and the second conference of ICE, it was organized very successfully. And today, again, so Professor Dr. Sharma has made it and the team possible. Congratulations. Well done to all. Last and but not least, I wish to all the participants a very fruitful and productive discussion, deliberation in the meetings of ICE 2021. Thank you very much. With that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato Dr. Haji Kasim Haji Mat Mansor for the warm welcoming remarks. Next, without further ado, I would like to invite the Vice Chancellor of Universiti Malaysia Sabah, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato Chemist Technologist Dr. Taufik Yap Yun Hin, to officially open and inaugurate the third International Conference on Economics, ICE 2021, with the theme, Marching Forward Post-COVID-19 for a Sustainable World Economy, Lessons, Issues, and challenges.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mat Mansor, Dean of Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Yang berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Sarma Haji Aralas, the Chairman of the 3rd International Conference on Economics, ICE 2021, Professor Dr. Mansor Ibrahim from International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, INSEF, Professor Dr. Siong, School of Business and Economics, Universiti Putra, Malaysia, UPM, and invited speaker, Professor Dr. Kwan Hoong from Universiti Malaya, roundtable panelists yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Panglima Haji Hashim Paijan, the President and the Chief Executive Officer of the Sabah Economic Development and Investment Authority, SEDIA, Mr. Anthony Kiop, Chief Executive Officer of Institute for Development Study, IDS Sabah, distinguished guests, all participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and salam UMS Kampus Rahmah, teras kecemerlangan dan keunggulan. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all participants who are joining us from across the world. It is a great pleasure being with you here this morning. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, together with the Sabah Economic Development and Investment Authority, SEDIA, and Institute for Development Studies of Sabah, in organizing this 3rd International Conference in Economics 2021, ICE 2021, with the theme of the conference, Marching Towards Post-COVID-19 for a Sustainable World Economy, Lessened Issues and Challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, living in this pandemic would never be our choice since forever. As we are treating COVID-19 as a pandemic disease and slowly learning and adapting to the new normal, our Malaysia would never be the same. However, we are grateful and glad after more than a year fighting and struggling on this issue, Malaysia has started to recover. The Malaysian government has played an important role by providing numerous and packages in order to tackle the COVID-19 outbreak. All 8 packages were implemented to help Malaysians through 3 main focuses: continuing the Prihatin Rakyat agenda, supporting business continuity, and improving the capacity of the public healthcare system. Ladies and gentlemen, after a multiple round of lockdown, we couldn't lower much the number of total cases confirmed, but it is not a measurement that we have failed in preventing the pandemic. The acceleration of vaccination rate is the best solution to restore our economic growth. Government direct fiscal injection worth 10 billion ringgit has been handed over by our government to enhance the sustainability of the Malaysian economic growth. The world was hit hard by this pandemic, including Malaysia, and obviously triggered to the economic downturn. The slowdown of the economic activity due to many people having lost their source of income greatly damaged Malaysia economy. Hence, 4.6 billion ringgit under Special COVID-19 Assistance (BKC) has been allocated to those who are affected and expected to benefit over 11 million households, the elderly and single individual. 4.9 billion ringgit Bantuan Prihatin Rakyat or BPR was also announced by the government as direct cash assistance to those who are affected to ease the financial problem faced by Malaysians. Malaysia has proposed raising the government statutory debt ceiling to 65% of gross domestic product as one method to deal with the economic downturn. As before, in 2020, the debt ceiling was raised to 60% GDP, also to deal with the economic fallout. We hope by raising the debt ceiling, Malaysia could sustain and expedite the recovery. SMEs are affected more than larger firms as they are financially fragile compared to the larger firm. Thus, under the economic stimulus package PEMULI, Malaysia government provides special grants for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises as MSME to improve economic activities. In 2020, the Prihatin Special Grant, PSG, was issued to assist MSME worth 3.58 billion ringgit and benefited over 900,000 MSMEs, worth 3.58 billion ringgit and benefited over 900,000 MSMEs due to the extension of the national lockdown in 2021. The government has finished an addition payment for PSG receiver to lower the impact of the pandemic to MSMEs. Government intervention is a must and crucial in responding to the pandemic crisis. The challenges faced by Malaysians are real as the outbreak gives enormous negative impact, including to mental health. People who lost their source of income are associated with the increased number of depression, distress, and anxiety, and may lead to higher rate of substance use, mental illness, and suicide. However, the visible hand by our government will keep Malaysia on the right track to recover, and in nearest time, this pandemic will be treated as an endemic disease and living among us. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to congratulate all parties who are involved in organizing this conference. Special thanks to all participants for your time and attention towards this conference. I wish all of you good luck and have a fruitful session with the phrase, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I hereby officiate the third International Conference in Economics 2021, ICE 2021. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato Vice Chancellor, for officiating ICE 2021 with the theme Marching Forward Post-COVID-19 for a Sustainable World Economy, Lessons, Issues, and Challenges. We appreciate your support by spending time with us this morning, despite your busy schedule. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the photo session. I would like to request all participants and attendees to turn on your camera for the photo session. Smile for the camera. Say cheese. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Now for the next session, it will be the first keynote speech for ICE 2021 by Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Mansor Ibrahim from International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Mansor is the Deputy President Academic and the Dean of the School of Graduate and Professional Studies, International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, Professor Mansor received his Bachelor in Economics from Washington University, Masters in Economics, and a PhD in Economics in 1991 and 1996, respectively. His research focuses on monetary economics, money and banking, analysis of financial markets, and applied econometrics. And before joining International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, he served for several universities in Malaysia, including University Putra Malaysia (UPM) starting from 2009 until 2011, and International Islamic University Malaysia (IIUM) for 12 years starting from 1996. He is also the recipient for Best Research Award in Social Sciences at the university level. For this conference, Professor Dr. Mansor Ibrahim will be delivering a keynote speech entitled Financial Inclusion for a Stable Future Lessons from the Global Financial Crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mansor to deliver the keynote speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa man tabi'ahu bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. Professor Datuk Chemist Technology, Dr. Taufik Yap Yun Hing, the Vice Chancellor of the UMS. Datuk Dr. Kasim Mansor, the Deans of Faculty, the chairpersons of the conference, Dr. Salma, and our MC for today. Thanks for the introductions. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. Right? And let me first thank the organizer for inviting me to present some of my work on financial inclusions. As what has been emphasized by the Vice Chancellor, as we move forward post-pandemics, we need to look at various policy initiatives. And the governments of Malaysia have adopted various policy initiatives, one of which is continuations from what we have done before, which are financial inclusions. And there are many others. So I would say it would be very timely for us to look at how financial inclusion, in what way financial inclusions can help us in coping with the consequences or the impacts of the pandemic, which I foresee to be something long lasting and not something that we can resolve immediately, as what we have observed during the Asian financial crisis. Now, if we remember during the Asian financial crisis, 1998, our GDP growth dropped by more than 7%, but then we came up back very strongly, recording the growth of more than 7% the next year. But the pandemic, the consequences will be long lasting due to the fact that household debts are basically at the very critical levels. Government debts, in terms of the ceiling, need to be increased to 65%, as what has been mentioned. Right? So those will basically affect the way that we can absorb the implications of the pandemic. And the one that I'm going to look here in today's sessions is to share with you in terms of the potentials of financial inclusions in coping with the impact of pandemic or in more specific or in more general, the impact of uncertainty or adverse shocks by drawing the lessons from the global financial crisis. So let me share with you the PowerPoint that I have prepared for today's sessions. Right? Now, what I'm going to go through as normal, go through introducing a little bit, provide some overview of financial inclusions, and then I will go directly to our study that we have done before. No, not that we have done currently on the implications of financial inclusions and how it might affect the stability of the economy, and provide you the evidence. And at the end, I would like to offer some recommendations and conclusions, especially in the context of the Malaysian economy and what we have done so far, whether we need to do more things, right? Or what are the basics policies that need to be put in place, or the environments that we need to basically create for us to be able to get the full benefits of financial inclusions. Now, if we look at many definitions of financial inclusions, you will find financial inclusion to refer to access, to refer to the use of the financial services. But one comprehensive definition has been given by the World Bank groups that define financial inclusions to refer to the individuals and business having access to useful, affordable financial products and services that meet the needs, right? Whether that needs is to perform transactions, to make payments, to save for the future, or to borrow through the credit and to protect themselves in form of insurance. So it's not just the products and services available, but the products and services must be accessible, must be useful and affordable by all individuals. And that's the essence of financial inclusions. And those services, as what has been emphasized by the World Bank Group here, must be delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. And you look at the key word here, responsible. And in fact, in the context of Islamic finance, for the case of Malaysia, for example, we are already ahead in the context of emphasizing the importance of being responsible, right, in the form of value-based intermediations. The framework that has been basically properly carved by or designed by the Central Bank of Malaysia. So these are the meaning of financial inclusions. A lot of keywords in there, useful, affordable, that can fulfill their needs, but then the delivery of products must be in a responsible and sustainable way. And that's why financial inclusion is so important for us to ensure sustainable future or a stable future that motivate us to look at what might be the impact of financial inclusions on the output or on economic stability. Now, if we look at the state of the financial inclusions, we may see a lot of gaps globally, right? And obviously, right, based on the statistic that has been provided, right, by the at all 2018, which is based on the financial index database. And if we look at this, right, we can see a clear gap between the low-income countries and the high-income countries. And that gap persists over time. Right? At present, based on the latest data available in the context of the number of adults with bank accounts in terms of assets, the low-income countries in 2017, right, only 35%, right, have bank accounts, as opposed to the high-income countries. If you observe, 94%, almost everyone in the high-income countries have access to bank accounts. And obviously, over time, we observe the increase, where increase has been drastic in the low income as well as the low middle income. Right? Malaysia belongs to the upper middle income, where the average financial inclusions or the average percentage of adults with bank accounts in 2017 stood at 73%. I will give you a more specific statistic on Malaysia so that we can look at the context of Malaysia in comparison with some other nations. But then what we have observed here from the statistic, there exists disparity, wide disparity between the low incomes and the high income countries. Right? And the disparity that we have observed here is not only between low income and high income countries, but also, unfortunately, for whatever reasons, between male and females. And in fact, the gap between male and female have persisted over time. And if we observe here, right, by gender, for example, and look at the high incomes and the low and middle income countries where Malaysia belongs to, we look at the difference. Yes, over time, there exists an improvements in financial inclusions in terms of the number of bank accounts. But then the gap between male and female persists until now, where the financial inclusion of women is less than the financial inclusions of men. Right? And this is quite ironic in the context of increasing emphasis that many leaders have put in women empowerment. And in many studies that people have done, that having women, for example, in the boards or having women in the leaders, right, allow the countries or the firm to be able to cope with the risk. And yet, when we look at financial inclusions, the statistic for women is still below that of men. Unlike in the high income countries, the gap is close, where the difference is very marginal. And if we look at, again, the gap of financial inclusions by household income, if we look between the richest and the poorest in the high income countries, the gap is not so big, right, as the gap in the low and middle income countries. Right? The richest 60% have average, right, financial inclusions in terms of the bank accounts to be 70%. But if you look at the poor, the poorest 40%, right, is slightly above 50%. So which means that if, right, Malaysia would like to move forward, or in fact, Malaysia have put down the policy for the shared prosperity, right, this gap need to be closed. Right? The gap of financial inclusions, the access, the use of financial services between the poor and the rich need to be closed. So that's basically the state of financial inclusions. If we look at a big gap that exists between different groups, and these gaps, right, unfortunately, can be the key reasons that perpetuates the gap in income, or can perpetuate income inequality across groups and across nations. Now, if we look globally, how many people, right, or the populations of the countries that is not able to get access to the banking services, right? You'll be surprised. Most of them centered, right, as basically Asian nations as well as the Africa. Now you look in China and India, right, with the big circle there, meaning that roughly 200 million population in China as well as India still do not have bank accounts. The adults that have no bank accounts, right? Now, if you look at Malaysian context, it's quite small, right? As I will give you in terms of the statistic on Malaysia, right? We are doing very well in terms of financial inclusion, but then the questions that we have to ask, do we get the benefits, right, in terms of reductions in income inequality or in terms of ensuring sustainable future or the stable future. Indonesia still big in the context of the number of adults with no bank accounts, right? And if you look at in Western countries, very small number, where financial exclusions are more prominent in the Eastern Europeans and also in Central Asia. And financial inclusion remain the key problems in Africa. So these are basically the statistics of financial exclusions, the adults with no bank accounts. Right? And the recent report 2019 by Digital 2019 Malaysia on Malaysian financial inclusions provide the following statistics. Right? If we take a look in the context of Malaysia, right, 85% number of adults with bank accounts at financial institutions. Now recall back the average for upper middle income countries, 74%. So we are above the average of the middle income countries. And in fact, we are closer to high income countries. Right? High income countries have the average of 94%. So we have a very high financial inclusions in terms of the number of bank accounts. Right? And in the context of mobile money accounts, right, we are still low. And that's why one of the themes in the RMK 12 or when in the upcoming budget, I would say digitalizations will be one of the main focus because our mobile money accounts is still stood at very low 11%. But then in 2019, this is the year before the pandemic, where the statistic we obtained, the make online purchase, which means utilizing the financial services, right, for online transactions, right, online transactions, stood at roughly 38 to 39%. Right? So even if the one that have mobile money accounts stood at 11%, the use have increased or have been quite high, 39 and 38%. And we foresee that, right, or during the time of pandemic, this percent will increase. And moving after the pandemic or post-pandemic, we would predict that the number of adults using the online transactions to pay bills, to make purchases, right, will increase substantially as our new normals. In a sense, that for future financial access, the aspect of digitalizations would be highly important. Now, why financial inclusion is important? I think it's not only during time of pandemic that we observe digital financial inclusions become the key thing for anyone to perform transactions. But then to look at the importance of financial inclusions, we may need to go back, for example, to the 2015 the inceptions of the SDG or Sustainable Development Goals to replace the MDG. Right? We have 17 SDGs that has been set by United Nations. Almost all nations globally have adopted the SDG and have put initiatives to promote SDG. And if we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, like financial inclusion support so many goals. I can link to at least 8 of the goals under SDG that require financial inclusions to be the enabler, right, to support the achievement of those goals. And these goals, as has been listed here, include goal number 1, right, which is to end poverty, no poverty, require financial inclusions. Goal number 2, no hunger, right, to achieve food security, where we must promote sustainable agriculture, require financial inclusions to the small farmers, to the SMEs, and so on. Right? Goal number 3, ensure healthy life, and promote well-being at all ages. These are also the goals that financial inclusion will support. And there are more goals, like women empowerment, for example, are highly important, as what I have highlighted in the statistics. Financial inclusions of women and men remain a gaps throughout the years. And it's important for us to be able to achieve gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls. Right? And one of the ways that we can achieve those is through financial inclusions. We have observed, for example, the success of the Grameen Bank, right? Microfinancings that have financially included women for them to do a small businesses, and in the process have closed the gaps, right? Or has lowered the gap between women and men in Bangladesh. And that one, the key thing that we have to look at, right? If, for example, equality or shared prosperity is something that we are serious in achieving, right? And there are more income distributions among countries, again, require financial inclusion. So if we look at this, right, give us impressions, or these are the underlying belief that we have that financial inclusion is so important for the future, right? For stable as well as sustainable future. But then what we have learned from the global financial crisis, as well as what we have observed presently, the health crisis, all these goals are at stakes, right, because of the instability during the periods. Right? I think from year to year, or from day to day, we heard the news, we read the reports from the World Banks, from the IMF, or even from the BNM, right, that more and more people are thrown into the poverty as a result of the pandemic. So this uncertainty, the economic instability brought by the global financial crisis, as well as the pandemic that we have right now, right, puts these goals at stakes. We have more poverty, more inequality, in fact, right, where we observe that during the pandemics, the high net worth individuals are not affected much, but in fact, their wealth increased because they have a proper mechanism to protect the wealth, but not the poor, not the B40. They lost their jobs, right? And they lost their income, right? They deplete their EPF, all those things, which means that for the future, right, their livelihood may be at stakes. So based on these observations, I would say it's only pertinent for us to look at or to ask ourselves, right? In our promotions of financial inclusions, despite the fact that so many people say financial inclusions serve achieve sustainable development goals, we have to look at specifically during time of crisis as financial inclusions any roles in economic stability. Very important. What I try to raise here is that I'm not saying financial inclusion is not good. Financial inclusion is beneficial, but that benefit of financial inclusion may be limited only during the good times, during the normal periods. But then the adverse consequences of the shocks happen during the bad time. Can financial inclusions reduce the adverse impact of shocks? And that's what we are interested to look into. So we embarked on a research at the beginning of the year, right? And my research together with other speaker, keynote speaker that will be delivered tomorrow, Prof. Siong, to look into the implications of finance with the emphasis specifically on financial inclusion and how it affects output volatility. So we have a specific focus because we believe that for us to be able to understand the benefit of financial inclusions, let's look at the bad times. can financial inclusions basically help us to avoid, to prevent the adverse consequences during the bad time. As a result, we try to look into the implication of finance in general and the implications of financial inclusion in specifics, right? Whether it had impact in reducing volatility. And in economics, all of us understand that macroeconomic instability impedes long-run economic growth. The more unstable the nation is, the less the long-run growth would be. And as a result, if financial inclusions can contain instability during the time of crisis, then financial inclusions will be able to ensure a stable and sustainable future. And that's the focus that we try to look at. As I mentioned, right, we try to focus specifically on the period of global financial crisis, where we define that one to be 2008 up until 2010, and try to look at the growth volatility during that period, and investigate whether the initial conditions, which mean the extent of financial inclusions before the crisis, is able to reduce the volatile output growth during the global financial crisis. So that's what we try to do. Now, we should understand the fact that many theories that we have are applicable only during normal times. And that's why we need to extend our analysis by focusing specifically during bad time in the spirit of what Zelda mentions. These are reductive approach of scientific discovery, right? Not deductions and not inductions, but more of reductions, right? By centering, by subjecting the analysis, the common theories that we have right now to the extreme situations, which in this case, the global financial crisis. We try to examine both the implications of financial debts as well as financial inclusions. We make distinction between the access dimensions as well as the usage dimensions. The reason being, is it enough for the banks to provide access in the form of the branches, in the form of ATMs, and now in a new form, digital platform? Would that be enough to allow economic agents to manage risk during the time of crisis? Or we need to promote the use of financial services. So that usage dimensions. And we try to identify policy complementarities, right? Based on what we have observed so far for so many years, the policy initiative that has been put in place, right? Where if we look at, right, for developing countries, we have all kinds of policies that have been recommended by the multilateral agencies like the World Bank and the IMF. You have FDI-led growth, you have export-led growth, you have finance-led growth, you have productivity-driven growth, all kinds of those initiatives, right? But then we also understand from the past that those policies recommendations may not work unless certain policies, right, that complements, right, that the development policies, right, for example, the finance-led growth to work and so on. So we try to identify policy complementarities. So what we do in this what we do in this work, right? We compile data globally, right? Include all countries together first, right? And then look at whether data available or not, right? And then at the end, we come up with a cross-country data of up to 124 countries globally, right? Including the low income, the lower middle income, the upper middle income, and the high income countries, where the main data we need are available, especially the data on financial inclusions, right? We are not able to access digital financial inclusions due to the lack of data yet, but we have constructed the access dimensions of financial inclusions based on the ATM and bank branches. We admit the fact that the branches, the ATMs may not be relevant for the future, but if we take the spirit of the meaning of that branches and ATM is to provide access, then we can equate them with the future forward in the context of digital platform, right? So that basically the access dimensions. And the usage dimensions, we look at the credit as well as deposits in the bank, right? Which means that people really use the financial products for saving, right? For managing in the context of deposits, as well as people use the credit services of the bank. So we try to look at both of them. And in the context of complementarities, we look into various aspects, right? We look into financial inclusion policy or financial debt policy. We look at growth policy. We look at political stability. And also we look at financial stability. Are those factors moderate the impact of financial access or enhance the impact of financial inclusions on output volatility, right? So our approach is simple: to gain insight from the global financial crisis, take the lessons, right, for us to learn what is happening right now and move forward, right, post-pandemic. And I have some policy recommendations at the end based on the analysis that we have done, right? We have not completed doing this work yet, right? Few more things that we need to do, but then the results are quite concrete in directing us to certain recommendations that we need for us to be able to ensure a stable future, or you would like to say state sustainable future. So those are the interests that we have. Now, and as an economist, right, before I can explain the evidence that we get so far with respect to the implications of finance on output volatility, right, we always need to go back to theories, right? And that's common, right? Because we know that from the academic perspective, right, measurements without theory is useless. And the same thing, theory without measurements, right, is not worthwhile to do it, right? So it's basically we have to look back at theory first before we can measure it. Now, if we look closely, and I think one of the fact that one of the areas that have attracted a lot of attention from the Malaysian academics in the context of finance and economic development nexus, right? And many of us may be aware in the context of why finance will promote GDP growth. And at the same time, that theory can be extended to the implication of finance on output volatility. Now, there are 3 or 4 aspects why finance is so important, right, in reducing output volatility. Right? It's not a mere functions of finance itself in intermediating, in channeling funds from those who have excess funds to those who need funds. But finance provides the services that are not able to be provided by any other economic agents. And one of the services provided by the financial market is the first one, relaxing financial constraints. Right? Relaxing financial constraints. And this is one of the key, right, reasons why many poor countries, right, have not been able to develop, for example, in African countries because of financial constraints due to the financial repressions policy that they have. Right? So the developments of the financial markets or of the banks, for example, right, and financial inclusions in particular allow firms, right, to manage production risk, right, to manage production risk, and allow households to smoothen their consumptions. Now, if you look into in this context, if we are able to manage production risk, right, in the context of the firms, right, Maybe we can go back to the theory of irreversible investment. For example, when uncertainty strikes, firms will postpone investments. But if the firms have a cushion from the financial market for it to be able to manage the risk during that time, then the output will not be dropped as much as it can be. Right? And the same thing for the households. They can smooth their consumptions through the benefit of financial services. So that one of the benefits of finance in reducing output volatility. And the financial markets, the banks provide diversification benefits, right? And if you look at in the context of the banking itself, and our nation is a bank-based financial system, banks are not only pulling funds from various sources, and that allow for stable funding sources, but also banks are able to allocate resources to various sectors. In that sense, banks perform diversifications roles, right, of investments, and that will allow the economy itself to reduce aggregate risk. And both of these, relaxing financial constraints as well as diversifications, right, of the sources of funds, as well as of the financings of economic activities through various sectors, both of them will reduce economic volatility. So those are two functions. More important, bank play informations because banks have economies of scales in information processing. They have better ability to generate information regarding risk and returns of alternative investments due to the information advantage that the banks have. And as a result of that, financial developments will enable more efficient allocations of financial resources. And that again will reduce uncertainty or output volatility. Banks alleviate the credit market imperfections and moderate the financial accelerator effects. So these are all important factors that banks play or roles that banks play in reducing output volatility. Having financial inclusions and financial development, hence, according to these critical views, are very important. Right? And there are other channels where financial inclusions can have positive impact in reducing output volatility, right? One of which provide the ability for the country to absorb shocks, right? Make monetary policy to be more effective. So these are all benefits, right, from the critical perspective of financial inclusions. Right? Now, finance or financial inclusions, right, are not all or it's not always beneficial, and that's something that we have to admit. I think a lot of work that has been done, and partly the work that has been done by Prof. Lau, for example, that demonstrate that finance is become too big. It may put a drag on economic growth, but there are more impact of financial inclusions and financial developments. And the negative impact of finance, right, come from the leverage effects and the agency cost. Now, in the context of the leverage effect, for example, the expansion of credit normally because of financial inclusions and because of financial developments, right, may result in more financial risk, right? And being highly leveraged, you look at because finance itself promote leverage, promote debt. And if we look in our context, as I mentioned, for the case of Malaysia, not only the household have high debts, but the governments also have high debts. The private sector also have high debts. And if this is the case, promoting financial inclusions, and if the debt increase further, right, it may not be good for the nations in the sense that an economy will have less ability to absorb shocks. And as a result, output volatility may well increase as a result of financial inclusions or financial developments. And agency costs, right? Obviously, financial developments reduce agency problem, resolve the problem of market frictions, resolve the problem of information asymmetry, and that the benefits or the positive side of financial inclusions and financial developments. But they are also, I'm not going to say negative side, but reduction of agency costs will create reallocations of financial resources, right? Because the less friction in the market, right? The less friction in the market, and what we have understood, right, from the classical growth theory, capital will move from the rich country to the poor countries, and the same thing within the country, capital will move from the high value firm to the low value firms, right? If the information problem is reduced, right? And low value firms normally have high marginal productivity of capital, and that one will intensify the production, and in the sense of volatility, it will increase output volatility due to the reallocations of resources from the high value firm to the low value firm. Right? So these are the theoretical aspects that provide both positive and negative impact of financial inclusions and financial developments. Right? The evidence so far that we have observed, few recent work that has been done, because more and more work that people look at, they try to focus the implications of uncertainty, impact of finance on financial stability, on economic stability, and so on. These are the work that has been done. Right? Just cite you the work most recent that has been done, try to look at the impact of the financial market of financial developments. Right? Karaman and Yildirim Karaman 2019, for example, note that there's no adverse effect of uncertainty in countries with more developed financial markets. Right? So that's the positive impact, right? Which means that a country with a more developed financial market is able to absorb the shocks of uncertainty. Right? Lopez and Winkler 2019, again, based on a worldwide sample from 2004-2017, they look specifically in terms of the growth of credits, right, and the growth of borrowers during the crisis. And they find out that in a more financially inclusive countries, the drop is lower, which means that financial inclusion is able to resolve the problem of financial accelerator effects, or to make the boom-bust cycle to be milder, right? To have of less impact. In Zoom 2020, provide even more direct evidence because he looked specifically in terms of the impact of financial developments on output volatility, right? And for the low financial developments country, for example, the more developed financial market would allow the country to reduce output volatility, right? And the studies, right, just coming up in 2021, because normally as researchers, we have tracks, right, the studies in our own area, and the one that just coming out 2021 put a little bit of concerns of the implications of financial inclusion, right? And in these two, Pagali et al. 2021 and Cavoli et al. 2021, right, report the result that financial inclusion, right, may increase output volatility. And more specific, Pagali et al. Look at access to saving as well as access to credit. The more people have access to credit, right, the more unstable the financial stability or the financial markets. Right? Cavoli looked directly at the impact of financial inclusions on output, right? And the implications is that, right, controlling for the crisis, output volatility tend to be higher in a more financially inclusive countries. So that's the negative impact, right? And all of them look at the data from the normal periods over a long time, controlling for the impact of the crisis. Our interest here, when we sit down, me and Prof. Lau sit down and try to look at, we are more interested during the time of crisis, right? Because normal periods is not so interesting because standard theories apply in normal period. But then how about the crisis period? So we focus especially on global financial crisis so that we can get some lessons for us to move forward as we are now in the pandemic crisis, which may have the same implications on output volatility. So we embark on these projects, as I mentioned, is still ongoing. Very few things that we try to do and try to get the results. And from what we have observed, I'm not going into the technical details, right? Because I do not want to bother you with all the econometric, all the graph, and so on. But we have run lot of regressions, right? Using the full sample, using subsamples, right? And using different type of estimations as what is required for a good research, which is to be robust. We have done a lot of things, right? And hopefully we can complete soon as possible. But then we have 4 key findings, right, from the work that we have done. And we believe that certain key findings are new, right, and important for us to move forward, and important for the Malaysian case, which I will try to put some remark when I conclude my keynotes. Right now, I would like to go directly to the finding that we have, and later on, hopefully, when we complete this work, anyone that are interested can contact Prof. Lau or can contact me. Hopefully, in 1 or 2 months' time, we should be able to have a more firmer conclusions regarding the impact of finance on output volatility. And these are the hypotheses that we have put. We have 5 different hypotheses, right? Try to look at the implication of those, right? I'm not going to explain this hypothesis because these are related to the impact of both financial inclusions and financial debt on output volatility, as well as the moderating impact of financial inclusion itself, as well as the moderating impact of economic developments, financial stability, and political stability, right? So those are things that we put in and we try to evaluate this work. So let me share with you the findings before I make the conclusions. And the finding that we have, right, basically 4. Right? Briefly, both financial debt and financial inclusions, right? Sorry, for the silly grammatical errors there, are associated with lower output volatility during the global financial crisis, which means that the countries that are more financially inclusive, the countries that are more financially developed during the time crisis, they tend to be able to cope well, where the output volatility would be less as compared to the countries at the lower end of financial inclusions and the lower ends of financial debts. Right? These are quite expected. But one more thing, when we look at the usage dimensions, right, and the access dimensions, we found out that the usage dimension of financial inclusion bring more benefits. And in fact, in certain contexts, the access dimensions, by having more branches, by having more ATM, may not bring benefit in terms of reducing output volatility during the time of crisis. But the usage dimensions, right, does bring benefits. And in fact, more benefits in terms of volatility reductions. And number 3, quite interesting when we look at, right? And this conforms with, I think, an old study that has been done in 2005, right? That has been done that state that finance, right, or financial developments bring more benefit to the sectors that are financially vulnerable. So what we found out here is that if bank soundness is low, right, then financial inclusions or financial debt can be a substitute in performing the functions of reducing output volatility. Right? So that quite important finding that we have. The reason being, as we have seen for many years, starting from the breakdown from Bretton Woods system, we have recurring problem in the financial market and particularly in the banking sector. And our findings find that if the financial market or banking sector in the problem, right, macroeconomic stability still can be contained, instability still can be contained, but this through financial inclusions, very important, right? And the final findings that we have is that output volatility reductions of finance is materialized or is the highest, right, in terms of the reductions in output volatility in a more developed, which means in countries that have higher incomes and a more politically stable countries. Right? In countries that are politically unstable, right, financial inclusion may not bring benefits. So these are what we have found in terms of our work. Right? Now, what we can take from here, from Malaysia to move forward based on the work that have been done. Right? Now, I will give comments only for two, because these are, I believe that these are quite clear in the context of the impact of financial debt and the impact of financial inclusions. Right? But I would like to give two takeaway from here, right? And these two are very important, right? And if we look at, right, if we trace our developments, right, our developments, we go back, let's say 7, 8 years back, or even we go back in 2014, for example, we go back 2014, right? A flashback 2014. In that year, Malaysia was very confident. Right? In that year, Malaysia was very confident in achieving the Vision 2020. Right? You just search for the news. The statement made by the government, and more specific by the then finance minister too at that time, right? He stated that we may be able to achieve Vision 2020 or the level of income at least, right, in the year of 2019, 1 year before Vision 2020. We were very confident. But what happens? Okay? Now, flashback 2014, now coming back to the present, what we observe, right? We didn't achieve Vision 2020, right? And our initiative basically has been off the marks, and we have to reset, right, with the shared prosperity visions. And again, the government tried to emphasize this, move the target forward, right? We cannot achieve now, maybe we have to achieve in 2025. What has happened? Of course, we can identify so many different factors. But one of the factors that I would say that many are not willing to talk in the open for whatever reason is the fact that starting 2015, we start observing heightened or increasing political instability, political divide, political fragmentations. Right? So we have instability in there. If we observe, right, just look at the data and try to understand from the data objectively, we will see the implications of that political instability. The lack of transparency in 2015 in dealing with 1MDB resulted in the drop in the value of the ringgit, right, to above 4. And now the value of ringgit remained above 4. And the fundamental of Malaysian economy deteriorated. Right? It has never happened before, right, in the Malaysian history, where one elections resulted in 3 different governments, and that are reflections of political instability. If you look from the economic point of view, you look from investment point of view, right? It means that people will not be able to plan for the future. How can we have stable or sustainable future if this situation is there? Right? So basically, our finding indicate that unless we ensure that our politics is stable, initiative that we put in place in the context of financial inclusions may not bear benefits. Right? So which means that these are prerequisite requirements. Right? Now, we have to understand specifically what it means by political stability. Doesn't mean choosing the same governments time after time. Right? It means that, right, in politics, there should be political responsibility. And that one very important. Now, if we take a look at in financial market, we have responsible finance. And in the context of Malaysia, we have value-based intermediations. In the context of the real sector, we have corporate social responsibility. We have SDG. Now I think it's time for us to call for responsible politics, right? Because so far we have not seen that in political fronts, especially players in the political market, they are politically responsible. And this is very important if we want to move forward, right? And I can cite you all type of theories how instability can affect the whole thing. And one of the evidence that I provide here is the context of its impact on policy initiative of financial inclusions, where financial inclusion may not bear fruit if the instability persists. And this is highly important. Now, the second part that I would like to emphasize to bring home is in the context of digitalizations of finance. I believe that digitalization is essential. And in fact, the digital or fintechs or whatever word that you want to use would define exchanges of the future. And in fact, it's already defined the exchanges of the present, but will be more intensified in the future, right? But then we have to understand the fact that digitalization is only the platform, allowing access, but not the use if people do not have the bank accounts in the first place. As a result, from the result that we have done, the ability of digitization to absorb shocks may be limited because their function is simply the same as ATM and counter at the banks to allow people to get access to the services. But if individuals do not get access to the credit, right, do not get access to financial products that are affordable, that are useful in a very responsible way, right, then digitizations may not bear the positive implications in terms of reducing output volatility, right? So that's very important. And for us to be able to enhance the benefit of digitizations must be accompanied by usage, which means that the basic, we have to go back to the basic. And the basic of financial markets, the basics of the banks, people must be in there, being the account holders, use the deposits, and other platform is just supporting mechanism. So those what we have learned, and in fact, I try to emphasize these two because I feel strongly for us to be able to move forward, right? We need political stability, and for us to be able to move forward for a stable and sustainable future, we need to address properly because we spend so much on digitizations, but we do not evaluate the benefits. And our work that we have done indicate that the benefit may be limited if the usage dimensions is not fully accounted for. And thanks to all of you for listening to our work that has been done. I'm not sure whether there will be Q&A or not, but then I would be happy for if the time allow or if we have Q&A to answer and address all what you may want to ask. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Mansor, for the keynote speech. Yeah, now it's the Q&A session. I think we have one question in the chat box. Prof, if I can read it to you.
Okay.
This is from Mr. Muhammad Safri Saiman. The question is, do you agree that during crisis, households tend to be irrational and market became less efficient? I think no amount of financial inclusions would help much, but it has instead opened up more and new Pandora boxes. Your response, Prof?
Quite interesting the way that you put in there in the context of financial inclusions. Would financial inclusions be able to help much during the time of the crisis, or now the keyword that we have right now, Pandora box, right? Now, if you look at in the context of household, for example, you look at especially those who are at the lower end of income, right? Very difficult for us to say that they become irrational, because during time crisis they are not. They become more cautious, right? More cautious, right? Depending on where you are at the income stratus. Right? If you are at a higher level income, you would be more cautious in terms of spending. The same thing as firm, they will be more cautious in terms of spending, and as a result, they will spend less and make things to be worse. But that's not the result of being irrational, because rational behavior can result in second best outcome. And that's what we learn in terms of economics. Doesn't mean that being rational, you are going to get the first best outcome, everything will come up and we have equilibriums, right? It can be the second best outcome. So I do not think that households tend to be irrational. But the market became less efficient, and that one I would agree, right? The reasons being from the technical point of view, for example, right? As the economy become uncertain, as we go through recessions, right? And when we look at, we are not living in the perfect markets, right, where there exists no frictions, right? We are living in a markets that have tons of problem with respect to imperfections. We have information problem and so on. And during time of crisis, basically the noises, right, are more louder than the signal, right? The noise is louder than the signal, which make the market to not be able to function properly. You have intensified asymmetric informations. Right? During this time of period, you have more moral hazards. During time of this period, you have more adverse selection problems, right? And the noises become so difficult for the financial market to assess where are the alternative or better investment to put into. And as a result, the market will be inefficient, right? And I agree with those, right? But then having financial inclusion would help much, but it has instead, okay, you have to look at again, right? When we say financial inclusions, the most important part, everyone's, right? All have access to finance, right? Affordable as well as useful. Now, when you say affordable and useful, the important part, the access to finance, is also for the lower income, for the SME, right? At affordable level, right? The Pandora box or those problems happens. Why? Because there are unequal access. The financial products are there, but then more costly for the poor to access, right? So that's not financial inclusion. What we define financial inclusion, the poor, the B40 also have ability to access, right? And in fact, maybe we have to look at initiative where the poor, the B40 have access at lower cost as compared to the rich, right? The system that we have right now, the rich have access to the financial product at lower cost as compared to the poor. Why? Because the poor are more risky, the SME are more risky, and so on. So basically, those are the problems that we observe, right? So if we can design financial inclusion in such a way that everyone can get access, if not at the same cost, or if not at the lower cost for the poor, but at the same cost, that will bring benefits. And I don't think that that financial inclusions will open up more a new Pandora box, right? Because Pandora box more or less related to those who are on the tops, not people at the bottoms, right? But crisis is the crisis of people at the bottom, not crisis of, when we say economic crisis, you have to remember it's not for those at the up there, but for those like us, right? At the bottom, B40 or M40, right? So that's very important. Right?
Thank you so much, uh, Professor Dr. Mansor, for that response. Maybe if I can invite any participants to ask questions, you can actually turn on your mic and ask questions directly to Professor Dr. Mansor. We still have time, about 16 minutes. Yeah.
Hello, Doctor. Hello, Dr. Ska.
Yes, yeah, Dr. Saizal. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Mansor, for your excellent presentation. I have two questions regarding the financial inclusion. So, in your opinion, does the economic openness is important in stimulating the financial inclusion? And if it is, how do we balance the economic openness with the risk of financial and output volatility that is coming from unstable foreign markets in order to reach the desired financial inclusion level? So what are your comments on that? Thank you.
Okay, now if I understand it's right, the financial globalization and financial integration, right? Of course, bring benefits in terms of the movements of capitals and so on. But then one of the impact of that financial globalizations or financial integration would be the exposure to international shocks. Right? And I think Malaysians had suffered a lot from the international financial shock. If we go back to the history, for example, right, the Asian financial crisis is one, right, where at that times our fundamentals were strong, but then because of the highly integrated market with the ASEAN regions, we were affected badly due to the shock that spilled over from the drop in the value of Thai baht to the financial market in the regions. The global financial crisis, I think one of the things that we also suffered as a result of the shock that coming from abroad, right? And the China and US trade war, right? And also the oil market uncertainty. I think the crash in the stock market that we have observed, right? I think if you went back to because we have pandemic, so we did not realize that we have crash in stock market in March 18, 2020, right? Where during that period, I think the time where the oil market crashed and so on. So those are the international shocks, right, that made us to be exposed. Now, financial inclusions, right? Will it make individual to be exposed to more shocks, right? Or will allow the individuals to be able to absorb those shocks better. So these are something that I think remain a subject of debate, right? A subject of debate, because if we look at our understanding or the evidence that we have right now, right? Financial access to credit, for example, access to bank lending, increased leverage, and that can expose ourselves to shocks. And that's what has been found out by Pagali et al. 2021, that more access to credit result in the financial system to be more unstable, and that increased the risk, right? But at the same time, there are certain benefits that I demonstrated through my own work, because once you have financial access, right? Because having financial access, just imagine, for example, in the context of SME, as well as individuals, if they are having financial access, which means that their information has already been incorporated into the system, right? So the problem of information opacity, the problem of or relationship banking can be enhanced. Once you have that relationship banking, for example, right, between the SMEs as well as the banks through financial inclusions, because right now relationship banking is only between bank and big firm, but how about the SME? But if financial inclusion can allow that, right, which means that even during the time of crisis, banks still have a good information regarding the SME, which allow bank to continue operations, which allows SMEs to continue operation, for example, that mitigate what we term as production risk. In that context, financial inclusion will have the benefits. So we have to look carefully in the context of the element within financial inclusion, because what I have presented here is in terms of the general idea of financial inclusion, but there are more things that we need to look at, right? Because it must be accompanied by so many different things. The informations, for example, one of the work that I read very interesting, right? That for us to be able to build a platforms, not for assessing the big firm, but also assessing the individuals. Right? Of course, we have C-CRIS, we have C-TOS, but that more of financials characteristic of the individuals. But the suggestion has been made that in the context of the social characteristic of the individual, right? The psychological characteristic of the individuals, right? Because different individuals, the success of the individual is not because of aptitude, but more of attitudes. But then we don't have credit registry for the attitudes, and that one would be very important too. So that's why financial inclusion must be accompanied by so many different types of things, right? And my belief is that it can allow individual to absorb the shocks and not to expose to risk if we do it properly. Okay, thanks, Dr. Saiza. Hopefully, it's answer what you have asked.
Yes, it is, Prof. Thank you very much for your feedback. Thank you, Dr. Oscar.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Saizal, and thank you, Professor Dr. Mansor, for the response. Maybe we can have one more questions from our participants.
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Oscar. Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Assalamualaikum, Prof. How are you? Okay, my name is Izan. I'm a remiser from the local investment bank lah. So I have one question for you lah, general question. What is your general view on what will happen in the future to the public sector's workers lah once they retired? Because the number of EPF savings published by the EPF is quite worrying lah. So especially after the government allowed the withdrawal during the pandemic. So this is what my questions on the Prof. Thank you.
Okay. See, this is it's not easy to answer this one, but then I'm expecting the budget as well as RMK 12 to address this, right? Because there are a few things that RMK 12 need to address as well as the budget that need to address, as you mentioned correctly, right? The now with the use of EPF, right? The households have been more or less, right? Whether the disagreement in terms to what extent, more or less to be able to survive during the time of pandemic, right? But then some thought need to be put in. What about post-pandemic? Because they will not be able to stand up in the same way that they have stood up before the pandemic, right? So these are the people that really need help for them to survive 2 or 3 more years before they can stand up. Because from the lesson that we learned from the Mexican crisis 1994, for example, because Mexican crisis is unlike the Asian financial crisis. Asian financial crisis affected Malaysians, right? And is the crisis of the financial markets. But then the Mexican crisis is due to the crisis as a result of the households, where basically the households were highly leveraged during that time. So now the pandemic is more of that type of Mexican crisis where households were in trouble, and we noted that the economic recovery might take quite some time, and these are the people that will be affected. So hopefully the budget will address more the problem of the households, the problem of the SMEs. Right? For me, if you ask me, for example, 5G digitalizations where billion has been put in can be postponed, right? Because that more of course, you want to be the first, but then do we need for the next 2-3 years, right? We may need for the next 5 years, that can be postponed, because having digitalizations there, but without addressing the lower income groups, we are only going to widen the problem. So the focus that I would see is on the households. I have certain stimulus package on them, not just giving them, but training them. And I think the government already have reskilling, upskilling schemes, right? Through Pajana, I'm not mistaken, is coming up. They try to reskill and upskill, and a lot of money has been put in there. But if these are not sufficient, I think I'm not sure. Some may have disagreed with me, but then I would say that digitizations is just to allow access can be slowed down a little bit so that resources can be spent up into helping the poor, the B40, the SME to come up back, because it would take some time. And you have pointed out correctly, right? My grave concern is in these people due to depletions of EPF, that they will not be able to basically stand on their own. Not yet we talk about retirement, right? We talk about standing up after post-pandemic, right? We have to help them to build up back so that they can have basically some safety nets, right? And Malaysia have to really look at the safety nets of the citizens, where the pandemic has reminded us what we have right now is not adequate in terms of safety net, right? It's not adequate, and in fact, the shock that have happened so far would only serve to widen the income inequality in the nations, right? Thank you. Not directly I try to answer, but then that is my thought on that one on EPF. Right? I thought you are a reminder you want to ask about the stock market, right? But then maybe I should ask you about the stock market. Right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Izan, for the question, and thank you, Prof, for the response. We have one last question, I think, yeah, from Associate Professor Dr. Janice Nga. The question is, okay, thank you, Prof, for the interesting presentation. I recognize the importance of responsible politicians and political stability. However, in the case of Malaysia, Vision 2020 is announced in 1991, and the period of the 90s until GE14 is considered stable. Political instability in Malaysia probably only for short period of time, i.e. 2018, 2019 until 2020. So if Malaysia is on track to Vision 2020, we would have still achieved it. Thus, Prof, seeking your view, will it be rather the too stable political dominance that create the irresponsible politician that have gone beyond the limits and thus not interested in achieving Vision 2020, but rather introducing other legacies? Controversial question, Prof. Your response?
Okay, I'm not expert in political sciences, but then we have to admit the fact that Malaysia benefit a lot due to the early years of political stability, right? We have benefited a lot, and you look at the fact that we are basically recognized before Asian financial crisis hit as the second generation of Asian tigers, that testify to the fact that having that political stability is very important. But then let me put my view clearer in this context. I mentioned political responsibility or responsible politics. I do not, and having political stability important. I do not mean that basically I do not equate political stability with having the same governments time and again, right? Without changing the governments. That's not, right? What I try to emphasize here, being politically responsible means that once election took place, and once the results were out, politicians must be responsible in respecting the mandates of the citizens, right? Have to be responsible, right? Because with the situation that we have right now, where we have 50-50, right? People say razor thin majority. If politicians are not responsible, what they try to focus, and what we have observed, right? To wrestle the power from the incumbents, right? And once you focus on those, right, and what we have observed so far, what policies, new policies coming up, what focus the government can have in terms of promoting the nations. So being politically responsible, which means that respecting politicians, if we have politicians in here, I can say clearly, respecting the mandate, let the nations move for the next 4 years until the next election, so that the focus can be again on the nations. And that's what I mean in terms of having political stability, not changing the government, because all of us have responsibility in terms of voting the right people into the office, and that given to us every 4 or 5 years. Right? That's what we have. Being politically stable means that politically responsible means that respecting of the mandates, because it never happened before. We have changed in the government 3 times since elections, PRU 14, right? Where policies have not yet been put in place, new thing coming up. Imagine from the perspective of the firms. Right? Now we are against have the pandemics, so you have good combination of pandemics and political instability, where investors, we ourselves, for example, do not know how to plan. Right? I think you are in the universities. I'm in the universities. Sometimes we do not know how to plan. Why? Because we don't have policy directions from, let's say, Ministry of Finance. Why? Because keep on changing in terms of those are there. Right? But now, once we have some directions, there are changes in the governments. Right? So everything becomes so unstable. So what I try to promote here, right? The financial market have value-based intimidations. The real sector have SDG and corporate social responsibility. Why not in political market we have responsible politics, right? Or politically responsible. And that's what I try to promote, right? Not so much because stability is basically some relative in terms of definitions. But we have to admit situation right now that we have political fragmentations to the extent that we have 50-50, right? And if politicians are not responsible, that 50-50 can create political instability. And that's what I try to look into, right? Unlike before the government always have 2/3 majority, right? Political instability is not an issue, but now it's an issue. And to preserve that political stability, we need responsible politics. And that's what I try to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Mansor Ibrahim, for that response. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go, our keynote speaker for ICE 2021, Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Mansor Ibrahim from the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, Malaysia, with a keynote speech entitled Financial Inclusion for a Stable Future, Lessons from the Global Financial Crisis. Thank you, Prof. In addition to this conference, we are also glad and honored to have another distinguished invited speaker with us this morning. So for the next session, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Kwan Hoong from the Department of Biomedical Imaging, Universiti Malaya, who will be presenting a presentation on the topic of science and economics working together to find lasting solutions in crisis. Professor Ng was the recipient of the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Award in 2018 by the International Organization of Medical Physics for his excellent contribution to research, education, and leadership. He was also the recipient of the Merdeka Award 2020 for outstanding scholastic achievement. Professor Ng received his Master in Science Medical Physics from the University of Aberdeen and a PhD in Medical Physics from Universiti Malaya. He is certified by the American Board of Medical Physics and was a visiting scientist at the University of Wisconsin. He consults for the International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA) in radiation safety, quality control in radiology. Professor Ng was honored as one of the top 50 medical physicists in the world by the International Organization of Medical Physics in 2013. He has authored and co-authored over 250 papers in peer-reviewed journals, 35 book chapters, co-edited and written 12 books. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Kwan with the presentation on the topic of science and economics working together to find lasting solutions in crisis.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Oscar. Selamat pagi and good morning to dear colleagues and friends. Let me share my slides. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, Prof. Yeah, we can see your slide. Can you put it in a slideshow mode, Prof?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right. First, I'd like to thank Universiti Malaysia Sabah and the organizers of the Third International Conference of Economics for inviting me to this very prestigious conference. When Dr. Janice approached me and suggested I give a talk, I had great doubt because I'm not an economist. I know nothing about economics. I'm a physicist. Anyway, science and economics. Science is our everyday life. Imagine without electricity, mobile phones, cars, and all that, we can't survive. While economics is a bread and butter of life. It's so important. So these two are interrelated. And I would like to share some of my perspective from a non-economist. And by the way, I will use this term broadly that encompasses business, finance, social sciences as well, where science will be the natural sciences, including engineering, technology. Oh dear. Right. It's interesting. Just came to know this Arthur Turrell from the Bank of England. He is a theoretical plasma physicist, and he turned to do research in economics. And he has been doing modeling of the pandemic's financial fallout. So finding out and understanding the relationship between the coronavirus and the economy. So he combined macroeconomic and epidemiological models. In physics, we do a lot of maths, a lot of modeling. We look at the atoms, the nucleus, of course, the universe as well, and all the various interaction of objects, and mostly they are inanimate. Whereas we do with the economics, that will be human behavior, something which is very complex. So I'm glad that there are quite a number of physicists who have used their expertise in solving various economical problems. I really like the theme that we have chosen, marching forward post-COVID-19 for a sustainable world economy, lessons, issues, and challenges. I'm thinking marching. Well, we have been locked down, hardly any economic activity for almost 2 years, and we are so keen to march. Perhaps we should slowly warm up, walk a bit. Well, we definitely need to march to return to a sustainable world economy that will bring peace and prosperity for all. I'd like to begin with mentioning the introduction of A Tale of Two Cities, the famous book by Charles Dickens. This background was the French Revolution, the great hardship. It was a crisis. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. Well, we have seen, isn't it, throughout the pandemic, wisdom, foolishness alike from various countries, various leaders. We have seen the worst, a lot of people dying, suffering. Many of our friends, relatives are affected, the victims of the coronavirus. But we also have seen the best of human, the kindness, the generosity, the love they're shown, the compassion they're shown to others. So it's so fitting to relate this to our time. Yes, it is a pandemic that affects all of us. It's interesting that we are in a crisis. We have heard Prof. Mansor mention crisis a couple of times. Interesting to note, it has a Greek origin. It means decide or decision. So a crisis we are living now. And the UN Secretary General says this is above all a human crisis that calls for solidarity. And the WHO Director General says, as I keep saying, solidarity is the key to defeating COVID-19. It's normal to feel stressed and confused and scared during the crisis. So both will call for solidarity, to be united, to move forward unitedly. And we need to make decision as crisis mean. So a decision is important. So we look at the human history, the various crises, great famines, disasters, wars, the two world wars. So we emerge from a crisis either for the better or worse. But if we think of going back to pre-crisis state, the same thing back to normal, then we'll get into trouble again. But, and if we want to emerge from the crisis better than before, that's what we want to do, then we must have the courage to change. And change is very important. So we need to make a decision to change. And many have used the word to reset the world. And when the coronavirus pandemic started of March last year, we lived in great anxiety and fear. We have the great fear about vaccination and all kinds of fake news been spreading. And all this have affecting our country's economy and that of the whole world as well. And there are many examples too. So at the beginning, I work with a social scientist, a risk communicator, Professor Ray Kemp from Cambridge University. We published a paper, Understanding and Reducing the Fear of COVID-19. It's quite interesting to show, look at the diagram, how the fear leads to panic and more panic. And also the rumors lead to anxiety and to misinformation. We have seen a lot of those. It's still going around. Misinformation about the vaccine, about the various government policies, and so on. And that it also leads to stigma and there'll be more panic. So it's a vicious circle, you see that. But it is normal to fear the unknown. We can't see the coronavirus. It affects our health. All of us are so scared of it. Right? If we cannot see who has it, and if we are told it might be fatal, then this fear increases. And this paper received quite a number of citations. And I also be involved in educating the public in various media, the conventional media on the fear. This is a form of risk communication. Interestingly, I also have the privilege to gather globally my colleagues in different continents, different specialty in medical physics. We deal with, say, CT scan, MRI, ultrasound in radiotherapy, and the use of radiation in diagnosis, in treatment, in medicine. So I published a book, Medical Physics during the COVID-19 pandemic. And in one of the chapters, 17, Communicating Leadership in Adversity, co-written with Dr. David Young, who's a linguist, and Ray Kam, the risk communicator, and myself. And I'd like to quote one paragraph from it. In crisis, there are individuals among us who rise above the challenges of negativity. They demonstrate an aptitude organizing critical resources, formulating action plans, taking control of the situation by increasing their sphere of influence and redefining the status quo. But most of all, new and better leadership in responding in challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic will need to draw upon the core principles of collectivism, engagement, and humanism. And this is also important. The solidarity will require this collectivism, engagement, and humanism. I encourage you to read this chapter, and we are really promoting this leadership called communicating leadership in a time of adversity, in time of crisis. And this is how we can march forward to a better future. And this is interesting, the balance. We talk about our life estate. This is unprecedented, the pandemic. So we have mass vaccination, you have quarantine, we have vast social distancing to preserve life. However, there's livelihood, the economics of it. So with the lockdown, businesses are closed, travel restriction, no tourism, all this will affect the economy, not only our country, but that of the world. So this is a very fine balance. The government has very difficult decision to make. What decision? Crisis. We open up, and then there's a risk of more transmission, clusters. So it's a very delicate balance. You really can't please both parties or serve two purposes. And the WHO has come up with this manifesto for a healthy recovery from COVID-19. It's worthwhile for us, for the economists and the finance people to look at it. The pandemic is a reminder of the intimate and delicate relationship between people and the planet. And that is economics as well. Efforts to make our world safer are doomed to fail unless they address the critical interface between people and pathogens. And pathogens refer to the virus. And the existential threat of climate change. And that's making our Earth less habitable. yes, climate change is another crisis, perhaps a greater crisis than that of the pandemic. So WHO released this manifesto May 26, 2020, and they listed 6 items. I noticed it is not on health alone. Protect and preserve the source of human nature. There's a human health to the nature. I will elaborate more on that. Invest in essential services, right? Water, sanitation, clean energy. Ensure a quick, healthy energy transition. Right? So all these are related to economic. Promote healthy, sustainable food system, the food system, the food supply chain and food safety. Also healthy, livable cities. And last, it's interesting the way they put it, stop using taxpayers' money to fund pollution. I really like the way they put it, meaning they should cut down the use of fossil fuels and all the human activities that cause pollution. However, right, this is part of the economy, right? The factories running more production, more consumption for economic to grow. So how to find a balance, how to find a solution to that? And this, I got it just 2 days ago. Which countries are on track to have the vaccinated 40% of the population with at least 1 dose by the end of 2021? It's interesting to see this is what the WHO kept on saying, vaccine inequality. So the huge African continent, several countries in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, even our neighbors in the Philippines, Guinea, they would not be able to reach that goal, reach 40%. And we know well, for us to emerge survivors of this pandemic, everyone in the planet Earth has to be vaccinated, has to be protected. Else, the pandemic will be prolonged. And that's important for all the leaders, the politicians, and the socials to understand the science behind this. What is the virus? What does it do? The transmission? What is the vaccine? So a lot of science. So it is good for all to understand that so that we can make a better informed decision. And the I would say a much bigger crisis is this climate change. For the COVID-19 pandemic as a crisis, we can feel it, right? We are affected, life and death. Whereas the climate change is something, the damage is not instantaneous. Some of us may not see it, particularly the leaders of the world may not see it. They deny that there is climate change. The effects are long term. Nonetheless, we have already witnessed this summer the huge flooding, forest fires in the United States and in Europe too. So we need to pay attention to that. So the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, this report that there's urgency, we need to take immediate action to prevent a catastrophe. Catastrophe is something beyond even a crisis. There will be huge loss of human life, material things, even life is at stake. Life as our life, the animals, the plants, the whole ecosystem. And it is so important to see that by the end of this decade, by 2030, we should limit the rise in the temperature to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius. If not, if we go beyond, say, 2 degrees Celsius, we'll be in big trouble. And even beyond that, they'll be irreversible, and human life on Earth will be questionable. Now, you may ask, what's a big deal, right? 0.5 degrees Celsius, it doesn't matter, but and that's why you need to really understand the complexity of science in this aspect. It's not a single discipline in science. It is really very multi and interdisciplinary to understand this. So now, how do we respond? This is a question we take to heart. What kind of world do we want to live to those who come after us, to our children who are now growing up? So do we have the beautiful gardens, the forests, the ocean full of life for our children, grandchildren? And this is a sobering question that all of us need to ask ourselves. Let's have a quick glimpse of our planet Earth, which most of us already know. You see the increase in the fossil fuel consumptions and CO2 and emissions, right? Even from 1810, the pre-industrial era, to this decade, it's keep on rising. And because of the CO2 emission that will increase the temperature of the globe. And we definitely see lots of pollution in the name of economic growth. Yes, we need, but however, right, we have so much of waste around, the pollution of our environment and deforestation. Right? And this is appropriate. Here we in Sabah, North Borneo, you can see 1950s, so green, lots of forests, the envy of the world, right? The tropical rainforest, and then through the ages, because of the unmanaged deforestation. See, by 2020, particularly in the Kalimantan, most of it are gone, the forest. And hope whatever is left in the Malaysian Borneo, in Sabah, Sarawak, we will try our best to preserve it, to find a balance between economic growth and preservation of our forests. And mining too, we see lots of issue in mining in peninsular Malaysia as well, with the bauxite mining, with the rare earth mining, affecting the environment and the livelihood of the local people. And also limited access to clean drinking water. We are fortunate in most cities and villages, we have clean water, but we can't say that for the rest of the world, in Africa, in Latin America, and several parts of Asia, in the Eastern and Middle East, they still lack clean drinking water, the essential for life. And biodiversity is a great concern too. Right? You see that we have a lot of preservation that is good, and Sabah is doing a good work. I'm very much a person who is interested in nature, conservation of native animals, the tigers, the elephants, right, the sun bear, and all those. But this threat is still there. People really don't quite understand why, right? It's just an animal or just maybe a species of insects or butterfly, but it does add up. And that talk about the global inequality in every sense of the word. See, the 85 richest people in the world have more wealth, right, than the poorest 3.5 billion people combined. For you out there, economists or finance people can figure it out, right? It's just great inequality, right? Just 85 people in much richer than 3.5 billion poor people. It's just ridiculous, incredible. And this really creates so much problems for the world. And where are we now? Well, we have the Rio Convention. This is about the climate change. We have Kyoto Protocol, the Paris, a lot of issue about many rich countries do not want to comply with the convention that they signed. And very soon we have the COP26 in Glasgow. opening this Sunday a couple of times. And that is very important. We may say it is could be our last chance to save our planet Earth, where world leaders are gathered together to discuss how they can meet that within 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. The Conference of Parties, conference number 26. And all these are meant to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG. The UN has set up 17 of these goals to transform our world, to so-called save our planet Earth. And we notice underlying this is have the interplay between sciences and the science, social sciences, humanities, the economics, including. And so we need to understand all these issues, the true and deepest problem is affecting the global. So we need to take beyond our country, our city, our state, but it is a global issue. If you know, climate change affects everybody. So it is a complex crisis. Right? The COVID-19 pandemic is one, and the long-lasting climate change has been with us for decades. We will have to confront this. And they have both social and environmental dimensions. And they are extremely complex and they are multidimensional. And it has a root in the human origin, with humans on the planet Earth. And we have seen that a lot throughout histories. So what are those roots of human origin? So you see, you have the Soviet culture, the consumption, the corruption, the greed, practical relativism, the putting, right, according to like the rich country to protect themselves, protect their economy, they disregard other poorer countries. So this is inequality, injustice as well. So these are really, we need to confront our own human roots of problem. Why? Because everything is interconnected. It is an extremely powerful principle. Everything is interconnected. You look at that, I just try to illustrate the environmental, the economic, culture, ethical, social, political, and also technological. All these are interrelated. So, as an example, right, we have extremely advanced technologically. We have the mobile phones, telecommunication, satellites. But all this also produce a lot of waste, a lot of pollution. No doubt they spur economic growth, but we have lots of issues arising from that. And also the environmental degradation, the inequality. So all these are, so we can't address any one of those independently, compartmentally. So the environmentalists just can't solve the environment problem, the preservation. They need to work with the economists, the scientists, engineers, social scientists, right? The political leaders. Same thing with the engineers, the technology, right? All these advances in digitization. We also need to work with the other disciplines as well. Look from the different perspective, different dimension. The one point particularly has been overlooked is the ethical issues. We tend to downgrade it. We don't bother about some ethical aspects of it, the moral aspects of it. So the lasting solutions, as indicated in the title of my talk, to our interconnected, our world, which is ecological, social, economical crises, require understanding of something called integral ecology. I put down the integral sign, just remind you. I think all of us are familiar with that, right? The the study of economics also. We do a lot of mathematics, a lot of calculus, a lot of interesting equations, predict financial outcome and so on. So this integral means is the sum, that's the total. Ecology, most of us understand, particularly like in Sabah, there's a lot of ecotourism. It's relationship between living organism and the environment. And environment, we mean relationship existing between nature and society. What is interesting, I like to point out to you, is this word eco, right? You have, it's from Greek. Eco means house or household. So economics, basically, eco means household, nomic, nomos is management. It's a management of the house, of a household. So by extension, it's a management of our country, the resources, and by extension, we go to the management of a planet, because the planet Earth is our common home. So can you see that that's interesting similarity here, right? So ecology, the study of our house, not literally the house we live in, but the planet Earth, the environment. So bear this in mind. That's interesting. Sean Huggins and Michael Zimmerman, they wrote an interesting book, Integral Ecology, Uniting Multiple Perspectives on the Natural World. Right? It's fairly new concept, but it has been popularized recently, and different groups of people, like the activities as well, have used it, but a slightly different interpretation. But let's look at the book by Huggins and Zimmerman, the overview of the integral ecology. This is one of the resource paper. Uh, they say that we need a framework, just like academics, we propose framework things and connect them in a pragmatic way that honors the unique insights on their own terms. So integral ecology provides this framework, a way of integrating multiple approaches to ecology, environmental studies, like a complex, multidimensional, multidisciplinary approach to the natural world and embedded within it. Embeddedness means our human activity society, all the activities in business, in science, and so on. So that is the what they mean by framework. And in essence, they mean everything's connected. Look at it in totality, and that leads to the intergenerational justice. You may come across this word. Those of you have some law background. We know that the planet Earth is a common home. We all share the same, right? What happens to one that affect us? Just like the forest fire affect us, the hurricane, all those somehow. So we need to take great care of the planet Earth. So it is a matter of justice between the generation, our generation, the next, and the next. So we are responsible to our future generation. And that's what I mean by intergenerational justice. So no matter what activity we are engaged on, or the policy we set, we need to think of our next generation. We can't be too selfish. We have to be fair to our children, grandchildren, and so on. So the planet Earth belongs to all of us, you and I, everybody. Could be the migrants, could be those marginalized. It doesn't matter. Always have equal share, and to the animals, plants. But it also belongs to those who will follow us. So it is very important to consider this aspect in whatever research we do, policies we propose, the intergenerational justice. And here I would like to share some of my very rather naive suggested approaches. So I beg a pardon, as I mentioned, I'm not an economist, but from a different perspective, from a scientist, a physicist perspective. And one is global participation. We need you have the earnest participation and action of the various culture, nationality, ethnicity, gender, ideology, religion. We want to look for a lasting solution. That's what I mean by solidarity. And that is very important. And we need to come together for dialogue. Again, I like to refer to the Greek origin, di and logos. Di means it's through, like diameter, through. Logos is word. So through words, through conversation, talking, international community, in new national, local policies, and dialogue and transparency, decision making, and that's very important for our leaders to be transparent. Politics, economics, and science. Science here, the natural social science in the dialogue, and many such example. And we then collaborate, and the collaborate, in Latin means together. Labore is labor. Okay? So labor together. We labor together, collaborate. No one. So for example, in sports, a lot of things require collaboration. In an orchestra, we all musicians have to work together. And even in this, I really like the Chinese New Year, the Lo Sang, toasting, all collaborate, toss around, mix, even enjoy that dish. So collaborate is essential. And that brings about synergy, synergia, working together, the great. When two or more people come together with different ideas, different expertise, they complement each other. And we see lots of examples, isn't it, in our life, in nature and businesses. You see a lot of synergy effect, right? For example, a retail store might sell dresses, and the synergy will come in when they start selling, might be jewelry or accessory, to enhance the business. And when such example, in science, a lot of synergistic effect as well, in physics and chemistry. And that brings us to the problem we face. Anyone of you have read this book or heard of C.P. Snow, a British scientist and novelist? The Two Cultures is very important. It published in 1959. His thesis is that science and humanities, representing the intellectual life of the whole of Western society, have become split into two cultures. And that is true. Right? You see, we are split into two. Even in school, we have art stream and science stream. And this division was a major handicap to both in solving the world's problems. And this, many countries, education system like that in Malaysia, we are all fixed. You go to science, you go to humanity or arts, and learn different things, and you don't share the same ideas. So it's interesting book, and he propounded that. So you can see this right here. Einstein, and bottom look at, oh, it's a scientist. And then you have August the social scientist, and we all know John Keynes. So what C.P. Snow and I will promote bridging. Can you imagine if they were all alive today? How would they talk? How would Einstein talk to them or Keynes about E equal mc square or cosmology or about dollar and cents? It'd be quite interesting. But you need to build more bridges and walk across them. This is my naive illustration how we start building. That's why I'm reaching out, talking to you as well. I remember my trip to the Victoria Falls, walking through this Victoria Falls bridge. Is quite scary, very high up. It's beautiful scenery, marvelous. And then you appreciate how precious life is. And the NUS College of Humanities and Sciences is quite new. I started to address this issue really, to bring the humanities and sciences together. They have created new curriculum to bring connections, discover links, and connect insights and across disciplines. And one of the program is interesting, the social sciences. They have AI, AI society, right? And then you have programming, computational reasoning, computers and humanities, and the right data legacy. We talk about digitalization. We are introduced to business analytics, right? Introduction to data science for economics. Introduction of data science for economics is interesting. And then stats computing. So NUS is pretty far-sighted. Right? They started this last year to bring to groom new batch of people who are conversant in both the science and the humanities or social sciences. And lastly, I'd like to share with you some of my perspective on embarking disciplinary and transdisciplinary research. We're all doing our own discipline, right? Economics, in science, in history, right? In medicine. But when right, we often it's quite common. We work with different people, but it's additive. But when we have interdisciplinary, when we interact with another, we learn others' discipline as well to bring disciplinary, where you synthesize new knowledge, you even create a new discipline, a totally new name, a new way of doing things. There are many such things happening. And this is to do with the complexity of the problems we're trying to solve. Right? So the more complex the problem, we really need to go to interdisciplinary. A single, even multidisciplinary approach would not work, would not be able to provide that solution. So to create something more than the sum of the parts is not come together. Okay, I do using scientific approach, you use the quantitative, some use qualitative, different. But we need to understand each other, even better still to learn, to know something, even to the functional aspect of it. And this is the home of the blue sky thinking. The blue sky is no limit. Right? And to tackle complex issues such as the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate change and many other complex issues that we are facing, we need to go towards interdisciplinary and even transdisciplinary. So in the past, we see right, the sciences, and I experienced that. I'm sure you do that, right? How often that your faculty members will talk to another faculty of science or engineering to discuss solving a problem? Quite rare. So I will encourage building bridge and cross, meet each other, have a coffee, and start research collaboration. Right? And that will be more impactful and more meaningful. And some examples, like the new science informatics across, right? A lot of informatics issues because of pandemic. So people in computer science, epidemiology, ecology, sociology, maths, politics, all come together to solve. And there's a great initiative, a lot of grants given by WHO on this as well. And even how about fishery policy? This is not economy. What's the right time to harvest the fish? What policy? And it started in one of the UK university. It's interesting to use the medical models to help, and that's in York, and to understand the dynamics of marine ecosystem. Of course, this will affect the economies of the fishermen, the country's export, and so on. So finally, it was adopted even to EU as well. So you can see how interdisciplinary research bears results. And this Nature is one of the top journals authoritative in the world. Economists must collaborate courageously. Dan Cole, Cambridge University. Interesting. Many pressing questions we face. How quickly can vaccine manufacture be scaled up? What release from lockdown strategies are behavioral and hence politically feasible? This is a real good question. Our politicians, leaders are facing, are confronting. Can national governments negotiate with each other to arrive at cooperative, mutually beneficial policies? In fact, these are good research questions. You have students working on it for PhD, worthwhile considering that. And the author mentioned to address these questions requires collaboration across many disciplines to synthesize new findings with all. Do it faster. It's time to do that. Don't delay. That's why we are marching, isn't it? And second part, those in yellow, he says for viable exit strategies need biomedical sciences, epidemiology, public health, behavioral and social psychology, engineering, economics, law, ethics, international relations, political science, and so on. So we need contribution from all those people, right? Otherwise, you say for the well-being, human and planetary, the planet Earth will be impossible. Very well said from this Nature's article. And also getting good at interdisciplinary will pay dividends long term, economic term, pay dividends. We bear the result we see. So, and why? To building a post-pandemic social order and crafting a net zero economy that limits climate change as far as possible. A really very powerful statement. And there's another recent article in Nature, published by Hoong. He's an economist, and May is an ecologist. This is how you see how they come together. Systematic risk in banking ecosystem. More than 1,000 citations. It shows its important, its impact. Just less than a year. Do look up this to give you some idea, inspiration. And another article, economists and scientists solve big societal problems by working together. So economics and natural science disciplines reuniting is about time. Right? So economists, engineer, natural scientists, social, all come together to solve problems. So these two interesting. Hoong is from Bank of England. They employ lots of non-economists, scientists, doctors. And then Robert May is a theoretical ecologist. So they look at the infectious disease modeling to investigate risk and vulnerability in the global financial system. It's interesting. So that paper is good evidence to show the fruitful collaboration to understand other complex issues. And I like to cite Stephen Jobs. We all, like Tim, has done a lot of great things. Great things in business are never done by any one person. They are done by a team of people. We all agree. How about replacing business? Right, together, everyone achieve more. Team. Great things in research. Right, see, replace business research here, never done by one person, but by a team of people. The economists have pointed out for years that we don't fully understand. One of the issues we mentioned earlier by Prof. Mansor was digitization, right? Digital age, we go digital. But then this has created a lot of problems as well, right? The wage stagnation, widening inequality. It doesn't benefit all sectors of society. The gap is wider and wider. But then the natural scientists or engineers, they are not too keen to take up this question, meaning not too keen to tackle this problem. They're good, they produce all the digitization, new gadgets, robots, artificial intelligence, but the effects on society is something we need to work on. That's why we need to collaborate with economists and others. Else, the digital divide will be wider and wider. Jim O'Neill is also interesting. He is not a medical doctor. He studied the financing of new antimicrobial drugs. It's published in 2016. It's an interesting open access article tackling drug-resistant infections globally. And he assembled a team of doctors, scientists, together with the economists and others to produce this a public policy paper. And this is relevant. And now we have this issue of vaccination, the vaccines, and also future pandemics. So we need to come together. Right? The biomedical researchers need to collaborate with economists and public policy specialists to create a workable financial model. A workable financial model. And that is so important. So there are a lot of activities, lots of calls pointing to that collaboration, which I've been highlighting. And soon this Sunday, they'll open the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP26. And we are all eagerly looking forward to. It affects all of us. The climate change, remember, our survival of the human race and planet Earth. And a lot of world leaders there and focus on the economics to reduce CO2 emission. Right? There is a lot of balancing act, give and take in terms of economic growth. But can we achieve that? I'd like to quote Greta Thunberg, fantastic girl. We can't save the world by playing the rules because the rules have to be changed. Everything needs to change and it has to start today. And I resonate with her. And this is my parting quotation. To achieve more, we should imagine together and change. Let us make a difference. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Ng, for that excellent presentation. We appreciate your time to be with us this morning, Prof. Maybe I can ask any participants, if you guys have any questions, you can turn on your mic and then you can ask Professor Ng. Any questions from the floor? All right, give us some time to check in Facebook. Facebook page, Prof. Yeah, maybe there's a question.
I hope you'll get used to the non-economic way of speaking, of approaching that. It's quite a different, I realize a different style, different approaches.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
Quite different.
Yeah, we have a question from Associate Professor Dr. Sarma.
Yes, good morning, Professor Ng. Very good of you to join us this morning. Appreciate very much your time. So on this pandemic issue, I was wondering if you might be able to shed light on whether when is it that we can expect that we can that the COVID-19 situation can be controlled such that we can live a more normalized situation, right, or life going forward in the near future. And that's number one. And number two is, do you think that there will be future pandemics in the future? As before, we had the SARS, right, in early 2000s, and then now we have COVID-19. So are we going to be expecting another viral situation in the future? And in terms of the economics of it, how do you think we should go forward, taking into account the possibility that we might have to live with a situation whereby we should be expecting future pandemics, and if that is the situation, so on and so forth. So that is my question. If it's not too much for Prof to give us your opinion and shed some light on this worrying situation, and how our life is greatly affected, right? In this pandemic alone, we have lost millions of lives, right? And that translates to resources that we have lost in terms of even the economics of it. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'd like to refer to the authority, which is the World Health Organization. And as recent as last week, the Director General, Dr. Tedros, has mentioned and cautioned the world that the pandemic isn't going to end anytime soon. Though, for example, in some countries, the cases are reducing, but remember, this is a global pandemic. As long as there are countries, they still have a lot of transmission, then we will never end. And it's so important to tackle, to make sure all the countries they have equal access to vaccination, to good health care. And also that we can't think that, oh, this is the last one, but you continue. Look at the world history, right? You have the plague, the Black Plague, right? You have the bubonic plague. Recent, you mentioned SARS, you have the Ebola, you have so many of those pandemic. Right? Some are not in the global nature, some could be affecting certain countries, but they will not end with this COVID-19 pandemic. That's why scientists are preparing now for the future. How they do that? A lot of basic research, studying various pathogens, there are viruses, and they identify quite a lot of them. And the way our activities really, we are upsetting the ecological equilibrium, right? With mass scale deforestation, right? And pollution, all the human activities somehow will upset this, so much so that we're going to have a lot of problem with the viruses in their natural habitat, so emerging, crossing over to our human life. It's something like we disturb them, they come and disturb us, in that good sense of word. So the last part of the economic, the way we can do is be good. The WHO is moving a lot. They have engaged a lot of economics, health economists and others. And many journals like Nature, various science journals, biology, infectious disease, they also have engaged editors who have economic as background, recognizing so important for collaborate together to discuss, look at, work together. And one way is modeling. Right? I'm a big fan of modeling. I work quite a bit with different kind of modeling, but mainly it's all in physics. But infectious disease modeling and other, just like you do financial modeling, and that is important. We can build a more complex modeling system. This one is called agent-based modeling, if anyone has heard of it, and it's a good way to go to look at the interaction of the social financial system and with this the spread of the viruses. So look forward, maybe we can start talking, some collaboration, that would be wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof, for the
Welcome.
response. So it looks like we are going to be living with these viral pandemics into the future. And I was just thinking that maybe in terms of economics, we might have to adjust, taking into account that the possibility of, viral situations in the future. And therefore, for example, economic sectors such as tourism might be something that we might have to adjust, since in those economic activities, those types of economic activities, we do have like close contacts and all, or the kind of factors that might not mitigate any kind of pandemic situation. So what I'm hearing you say is that we will have to kind of expect in the future that this can happen again. And the modeling maybe is to be able to counteract such a situation if we have to face it again. So I think that's what I'm getting from your response. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for summarizing that. And one way you can do, for example, vaccination. We are talking about the third dose, the booster dose, which I received, by the way, 2 weeks ago. Now, this will increase the burden of the government. Imagine, we do it every 6 months to a year. So it'll be good for the economies to work out, right? This how much additional burden on the government and how much risk does it decrease, right? The risk factor involved. So it's kind of risk benefit analysis, something we can do, and of course the health aspect. And I like to see this happening. You can perhaps offer some of your expertise to the Ministry of Health, work with them to be good.
Yeah, I very much agree, Prof, with the assessment that government will have to take into account in the future, budgets that that do allocate contingencies of a viral pandemic that can happen or occur at any point in time. So this would be a economic budget consideration that I think should be given quite a bit of emphasis in terms of economic planning, and should be included in any kind of economic modeling of future and on a global scale, right? Economic modeling of not to say disaster, but some negative externality, if we can, So public. This is a public goods situation, then vaccination and taking into account hospitalizations and things like this. So yes, I very much agree, and thank you, Prof, for the input on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I have stimulated some interest. Then I can help you to. I may not have the expertise, but I know people in the sciences who have the expertise. I can bring it together and to do some meaningful, impactful research.
Thank you very much, Prof. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, Associate Professor Dr. Sarma, and thank you, Professor Ng, for your response. Yeah, it looks like we are at the end of this session. All right, but okay, there's another question. Yeah, a request to ask questions from Associate Professor Dr. Janice Nga. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof, for your sharing and presentation. Indeed, you have presented quite a convincing and very rich.
I can't hear.
You cannot hear me?
Doctor, maybe your microphone?
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for your sharing. Can you hear me?
No. I think, I cannot really hear you, Dr. Janice.
Okay, maybe I go. Okay, Prof. Thank you for the sharing and presentation. And you offer us quite convincing and rich evidences where science and non-science collaborate, and including the economics. Now, my question is, Prof, in Malaysia, for example, or in elsewhere, what is the greatest challenges into this more integrative, interactive, or interdisciplinary route of collaboration? As it is in Malaysia, for example, it's still not been that much popular or popularized to some extent. So is there any recommendation from Prof how we can popularize this kind of effort and make it like more common and normal, or maybe into a new norms? Thank you, Prof, for your view.
Yeah, we need to change, and to be agents of change is not easy. You meet obstacles, you need to convince people, and our educational system really is not catering for this. We are very compartmentalized. Right? You organize into faculties, right? You have your own KPI, your journals and your research is all pretty well defined, fixed boundary. We not easy to cross over. I've done it a few times, but not all have been successful. Uh, we speak different languages, we have different perspective, different way of thinking. It might not work out, but nonetheless, having said that, we should continue to try. And Singapore is a good example. They were quite brave. Of course, they have money to set up this College of Humanity and Sciences. They bring in a lot of expertise and beginning to receive fruit, right? They were brave enough to change. So same thing, the university vice chancellors and leaders should think about a new way of thinking, right? This is the way to solve complex issues for those SDG and others. And particularly to me, economics is complex, right? Deal with human, with behavior, attitude. It is so complex. We can't really solve it just from the simple economic. We need to bring in the social, the technological, the political aspect. So why not you can start talking, form a small group and see how it goes. Right? And I've shown you the various reports from Nature, and there are a lot of papers been published because they are willing. Bank of England is very interesting, right? They also employ hundreds of scientists. You never imagine how could these people work in banking, but somehow their knowledge, their expertise complement that of the economics, the finance world, right? To look at things in totality. So believe this is the new way. Now, who knows, UMS, you may start a new program, something like the Singapore, or might be something else, right? Particularly drawing on your strength in tourism, the ecotourism, bring in the economic aspect, the scientific aspect, the preservation of nature. There are a lot of science in that, the ecology, the biology, and that would be great. And you have your natural environment for experiment, for field work. So let's do it, right? Let's get going to do it. Start from somewhere.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Ng, for that response, and also to Associate Professor Dr. Janice for the question. All right, I guess that's it for this session, okay, in this morning session. Before we end this session, I would like to request, okay, there is a request from our secretariat, okay, to take another group photo. Therefore, I would like to request all participants to turn on your camera for our photo session, second photo session. All right. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, thank you so much. On that note, the morning session of the Third International Conference on Economics 2021 has ended. Thank you to our keynote and distinguished invited speakers and all conference participants and attendees for your time spent with us this morning. We are now on an afternoon break. We'll be back again at 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the concurrent session. So to all conference participants and also presenters, please check on your presentation schedule. And once again, thank you so much. Have a great conference. Stay safe and see you later. Thank you.
Thank you.